Test, test, now it works. Good grief. Of all the annoying scuff. This is why I need a reliable moderation person who can watch the stream and be like, hey, your microphone's not working. I almost had a completely silent stream. Goodness. That would have been ridiculous. All right. I am in business now. So, in the unlikely event anyone's been watching so far, the plan is to get enough money to go to Duna. We need more money, so we are currently doing the highest paying mission, tourism. Yes, tourism. Now, I need transport. Is it cargo or is it utility? Alright, we probably want the hitchhiker storage container for this operation. That having been said, the crew cabin would be lighter, but it's not the right shape for this. Alright. Hopefully this will work out. Okay. I feel a little bit electricity paranoid, so perhaps I should put a few of these on. They seem a little bit too big. I don't want that type. Where's the type I actually want? There we go. Just feeling a tiny bit paranoid about my electricity supply. Solar panels everywhere will fix this. Now, there is another problem I need to deal with, the fact that if I intend to land, it would be helpful to have landing gear. So, where is my center of mass? Oops, that's not gonna work. Not quite what I had in mind, though it's probably not gonna matter that much. Where is my engine? There is my engine. We take this part off. Nope, that's the engine. We take this part off. There we go. Alright. Okay. This is a little on the tall side. Being on the tall side makes me a little bit nervous, but we're landing on Minmus, so odds are we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Famous last words. Fine. Fairly straightforward landing struts, but they do seem a little on the tiny side. Something like this will get everyone down fine. Start retracted. Okay. Now we reattach this. Okay. Now I'm going to rename this. It is now the Orbus Mark I, because why not? Now I need to make sure the crew is defined. You're off, you're off. We are sending Jeb up. Or maybe we should send Stabbert up. But nah, we're sending Jeb up. Jeb, we need you for this. And then we need all of these dang tourists. If I had my druthers, all of them would be in the hitchhiker, but we don't have quite enough room for that. But all we need really for crew is Jeb. The others can be passengers. It's fine. It's fine. Val, go keep him company. Paranoid. What if something happens to Jeb? Val will need to keep him company. Val will need to fly the ship if something happened to Jeb. But yeah. Alright. This might work. Bye. Famous last words. Launch! Now let's begin. The grand tradition of the save scummer. Save game. Relaunch. Save. Full throttle, SAS on. Let's see what horror happens now. Alright, we're looking good. Starting off. Directly up for a while. I feel like we're going up slower than normal, but maybe I'm thinking of a different ship. Alright, time to start poking the nose east. Need to prepare to establish our orbit. Alright, how are we doing on Apple-Apps? Still got a ways to go. Getting us to the happy 45 angle is probably about where we want to be. Alright. Current Apo-Apps is at 20,000. Need to keep on going until we have the desired Apo. I think a happy Apo around, I don't know, 70 to 80,000 would be fine. Not there yet. Interesting. This looks fine. Apoapsis is getting a bit higher. Gotta keep on going, full speed ahead. Alright, continuing to proceed upwards. Stage 1 dropped away and is about to land in the water down by KSP. The KSC, that is. The apoapsis is almost above 70,000, at which point we can prepare for the orbit. Alright, Alright, cut throttle, we are now coasting to apoapsis. We are now aiming prograde. Let's see how we do. My inclination is when we are at about 30 seconds from Apo, we burn full and see how that goes for us. Now, in the real world, as I've mentioned on other streams, you would not coast to your Apo. You would generally keep the burn on. Alright, so how are we doing? Okay, so I may have waited too long to go full speed ahead, but it is what it is. We will probably still be able to make it before the ship starts dipping back into the atmosphere. Let's see how we do. Circularizing orbit. Give me my happy circular orbit. So close. What is the apparent? Okay, almost there. Just a little bit more. There we go. We have circularized orbit. Destination 1 is the moon. So, I do not see the moon on any side. Okay. The moon is clearly on the opposite side of the planet, which is where I like it to be when I reach this point. Or I thought it was on the opposite side of the planet. What's that? Looks to me like the moon is out there, and I'm just... Ah, there it is. Looks like it's getting close to an eclipse point, or it just passed one. Kerbal has eclipses all the time, because of how the moon is arranged next to the sun. Alright, so I just need to wait until we are pointed in the right direction. So... let's go ahead and warp here. So where is the moon? The moon is all the way over there. Let's get going with the time warp a bit. How are we doing? Not there yet. Let's get a bit more of a warp going on. Alright, how are we doing? Getting there. Aim prograde, please. We're gonna use up the last bits of fuel in the transfer rocket. And then we are on our last engine. I hope it has enough fuel to make things work. Otherwise, we might have a problem. A rather significant problem. So the objective here is we just orbit the moon, and once we're done orbiting the moon, we will probably come home to Kerbin in order to grab a refuel, and then we head to Minmus, land on Minmus, and then head back to Kerbin for landing on planet. So let's do this. Zip. So if I remember rightly, we want an altitude around 12 million, 14 million, something like that. 12 mil might be okay. Just finish the tour bus mission so we can get the Duna mission going. And that's that for that side of the rocket. Okay. Plenty of fuel. That'll have to do, I think. Alright, suborbital flight around Kerbin completed. Orbit around Kerbin completed. Next we want to fly by the moon or orbit the moon. Alright. That'll work out, no problem. Warp here. We are approaching the moon. Strange. Warp a little bit further. Really? Warp here. Alright, now we're in business. Well, you're going to want to stay pointed retrograde anyway. But we're going to want to wait till we are at the periapsis. Warp here. Alright. Now we burn until we have achieved orbit of the moon. Alright, how about now? We have achieved flyby of the moon with him, orbit of the moon with him. Actually, Danford is apparently she, okay. We've achieved flyby for her, orbit for him, orbit for that one, orbit for that one. Now we must head for Minmus. It looks like we have more fuel than I was expecting, but I don't know how much fuel I'm going to wish I had when I get to Minmus. That's the issue. And there's also the question of when do you get a transfer to Minmus. Minmus transfer might be a little bit awkward. Looks like we'd be waiting for some time to get a suitable transfer when we could just pop back to Kerbin, get a quick refuel in, and then turn around and head to Minmus. And I just realized something dumb about my design. I forgot RCS thrusters, so I cannot dock properly with the space station. Oops. Well, I might be able to find some way to dock properly with it, but it would be rather difficult and annoying to attempt. But it might be fun. That said, I believe right now I will save game again. So we shall either transfer to Minmus, or we shall return to Kerbin. Alright then. We'll attempt the transfer after all. Why not? Let's see, I just need to look up the transfer angle. Mun to Minmus. Transfer. Hmm. How awkward. I'm having a slightly more difficult problem looking this up than I thought I'd have. Very strange. Very strange indeed. Well, one idea is I could just wing it. Yep, I could just wing it and see what happens. Let's find out. Clocks. Create alarm. I see. Planetary transfer window. The Mun to Minmus. All right. Huh, that's strange. Oh, I see what the issue. Okay. Add alarm. That might do the trick. Alrighty. Warp next. We're almost there. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Well, that certainly makes it easy. So this is the point for the transfer window to Minmus. Very interesting. Alright then. Not 100% sure how this is supposed to work, but we'll find a way anyway. Because why not? Ooh. That is a little bit strange. At any rate, it looks like I could probably start a prograde burn right now and see if I can make a Minmus transfer. But first, let's see. Set as target. And... odd. I do believe there is something odd about this. Let us burn anti-normal a little and see if that helps. Might not have actually helped. Let's try radial in and see what happens. No, that's not doing much either. Radial out. Learning a little bit more about what all of these maneuvers do to the orbit. Interesting. Changes the shape of the ellipse, but doesn't seem to do what I really want it to do. So let's go back to anti-normal. This appears to be doing something useful, but it's not the precise kind of useful I was hoping for. Let's go back to burning normal and see what that does. Yeah, that's even worse. Okay, let's just burn prograde and hope for the best. Alright. Target. Ah, an interesting idea. Maybe that will work. I have a save point near here, so I may as well try it. Oh my. What? What have I done? Ah, I have achieved Kerbin escape. Oops. Let's try not to do that. Yes. It is quite clear that something is awry. I think the problem is simple. Alright, let's burn retro again, and bring it back a little. I think I can still make this work. Okay. Let's do it. Closest approach, you say? I see. So perhaps I should have picked the orbit instead, but it's probably not going to matter. Let us warp there. And while time warping, bye-bye, Moon. We're going to Minmus. Alright. This could be a while. I got a mind to, Alright. This is interesting. It makes me wonder. Nah. Let's just go to closest approach instead. Let's go back to plan A. We're going to the closest approach. Warp here. Yep, we're gonna make it to Minmus this time after the... Oh, there it is. There's the Minty Moon. This is apparently getting close to my closest approach. Alright. Let's go with target, shall we? This is going to be a little bit weird, but why not? Killing relative velocity with respect to target. Now, we point to target in the fondest hope that this actually works. Just like a rendezvous. Alright, I may have overshot that a little bit. So what does this result in? This results in a... It looks like we're gonna pop over to Minmus at some point. However, it is looking very strange. Yes, Minmus encounter. We have obtained a Minmus encounter, though it will be a while before we get there. At least partly due to how slow we're going to get there. Maybe I should hasten this a little bit. Then again, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just allow it to take its time so that I can save a little fuel and have a better chance at actually making it back to Kerbin. So I'm going to save game again. Save game. Oops, I just named it quick save that time. Let's give it something a little bit better. Save game, transfer to Minmus. Save. Not sure this is necessarily the most fuel-efficient way to do it, but it is a way to do it. Uh-oh. I seem to have accidentally changed my focus. How do I change it back? I've had this problem before. Ah. Oh boy. I've had this problem before, and I never remember the correct control for it. And it looks like the answer is... tilde. Okay. Well, let us prepare for our Minmus encounter. Warp here. Getting closer and closer to the minty moon. Time warp complete. Apparently we're not there all the way. A little bit closer. I'm going to want to be in orbit mode for this. All right. Now we want to get to the periapse. Point us retrograde and prepare to get into a proper orbit of Minmus. Easy does it. Now let's bring our periapsis down a bit, down a bit. I think we want a periapsis of around 20. All right. And then we prepare for the actual landing part of this. Warp there. When we get to the part where it's time to begin a landing maneuver, that's where things get interesting. All right. Very nice, very nice. I think we can just kill the remainder of our velocity and land. But first, save game. Minmus tourism landing. Ah, hello Dave. Since you weren't here at the beginning, it took me a while to realize that my microphone was off. Can you believe that? Oh dear. Actually, this time it was not the fault of my microphone being off. For some strange reason, OBS decided that it was going to change my default microphone on me. It's like, really, OBS? Well, now I have another thing to add to my checklist when I'm streaming. Has OBS anomalously changed my microphone? Alright. We're about to get a nice, happy landing here. I need, with respect to surface from here on out, please. Whoops, maybe... What direction am I going in? Did I screw up somehow? Strange. Alright, as long as I'm pointing retrograde, we'll probably be fine. Although I would like a little bit of a acceleration here. Now time warp back here so we actually point ourselves in the right direction. A little bit of time acceleration, waiting for the retrograde point to actually move to the center of the ball. We better be landing on the sea. That'll be useful. So yes, I'm supposed to be going to Duna. However, we don't have enough money to build the Duna ship. So I'm doing space tourism to the worlds that I can access with ease for the time being. Anything for the money. Anything for the money. Might be a good idea to actually lower our landing gear. We're dropping down at 90-something meters per second and increasing. We got plenty of fuel for this. So yes, this was a pretty crazy little tourist stunt. Step 1. We launched, achieved Kerbin orbit, but then the tourists wanted to fly by an orbit of the Moon first, so I did that. And then after that, I did a transfer direct from the Moon to Minmus, and the tourists want to land on Minmus, and that's where we are now. However, once all of this is done, I will have made so much money in Kerbal Bucks that I can just straight up build my Duna ship. I'm not convinced I can build my Duna lander, but I can build my Duna ship. There are some things I'd like to do with lander testing before I commit to attaching a lander to the Duna ship. But I would very much like to land on Duna today, but I will tolerate a mere flyby orbit if I must. But I would very much like to land on Duna. Alright, how are we doing here? We are about to 10,000 meters. Yep, should be the same. This is sea level here. When we get to about, I want to say 3,000 meters, I will consider it time to... Actually, you know what? I'm going to save my game here. Final Minmus landing approach. Save. Just in case I'm making a miscalculation. I'm just winging this. In the real world, you'd run very specific numbers long before the ship ever got this far, but in KSP you can get away with winging it. Due to the easier distances involved. And which means that fuel is less of a difficulty in the KSP universe. Getting a little bit closer. A little bit closer. Now let's kill our downward speed. Alright. This is fine. The fact that it took me that short a time to reduce speed tells me I can go a little bit longer now. Let's do that again at 1,000 meters, and then I'll be prepping for the final landing sequence. The hard part of this is I'm a little on the tall side, and I don't like the way these ships tend to tilt a bit. And I'd better start hitting it. Okay. Knowing how this tends to work out, Easy does it. Please don't tilt on me when we touch down. That would be annoying as anything. Alright, nice and easy. Alright. This tourist's travel itinerary is done. This tourist's travel itinerary is done. This tourist's travel itinerary is done. This one is done, and this one is done. Everyone is happy. They got exactly what they paid for. We have landed. Now, if this was anything remotely realistic, you know darn well the tourists wouldn't demand to land without going on an EVA. However, the tourists are not allowed to leave the vessel in Kerbal Space Program. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo. I want my money back. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Too bad. You should have read the fine print. We're leaving now. Here we go. Let's see. Let's go back to orbit now, please. Give me an apoapse that's around. That's fine. This is a perfectly acceptable apoapse. For Minmus, anyway. Heck, 10K is probably a perfectly acceptable apoapse for Minmus. We need to return to Minmus orbit, and then we need to get our happy butts back to Kerbin. And hope for the best. Hope for the best. As this is the part where I start second-guessing myself at how much fuel I have. Alright. Yeah, this'll be a while. Let's go ahead and warp up here. Alright, and circularize orbit. How are we? A little bit more. That'll be plenty. Plenty for Minmus anyway. Now, how are we? We want to return to Kerbin, so that means... Okay. We burn prograde. At this point, we should be able to return to Kerbin. No problem. Oh, that's funny. I guess that's a rescue vehicle that we never did anything with. Well, if I wasn't worried about my fuel, I'd go deorbit that rescue vehicle, or that abandoned vehicle, just to get it out of the system, but okay. We are returning to Kerbin now. It's time. Give me a happy periapsis that's around 45,000 on Kerbin, please. If you're able. It would be very nice. Try not to crash into the moon while we're at it. A nice, happy adjustment. All right, almost there. Wow, that might be too much. I don't think I want the periapsis to be worse than 45k. Now, I'm pretty sure that we're going to get deorbited, and so this Mun encounter will never happen, so that should be fine. That should be enough. Goodbye, Minmus. Let's see, I think I want to warp to a place like this. Warp there. Yep, we're leaving at a high rate of speed. I can't even see my ship anymore. That's a little awkward. Where'd you go, ship? Oh, well, we're heading back to Kerbin at least. Ah, there's ship. There we go. And there's the moon flinging around Kerbin like mad. Okay. Soon. Very soon. How close are we? We're within the moon's orbit now, so a little bit closer. Warp there. Time for the finale, our pleasant return to Kerbin. Alright. These are the easy parts of the game. Going to one moon, going to the other moon. The hard part of the game is going to a place like Duna. Or rather, going to Duna is a medium part of the game. The hard part of the game is going to places like Eve and Lathe and the moons of Jewel. Eve is only annoying because it has higher gravity than Kerbin, so you need to have a lander, which is practically more powerful than the typical launch just to Kerbin orbit, which is crazy when you think about it. Okay, we are now... It is time, I think. Point me direct retrograde, and we should kill the last of our fuel while we have the opportunity to do so and get a little bit of advance deceleration in before the atmospheric effects decelerate us the rest of the way. And with that, goodbye, engine. Oh boy. We are decelerating. Though I do feel like we should be decelerating a tiny bit faster. How is our blader doing? Ooh, nice. I never hit the jettison heat shield button. How's the orbit looking? Oh, that's funny. We still have a ludicrously high apoapsis. What's the periapsis looking like? Periapsis is continuing to go down. Uh-oh. What is this? It's indicating that something was overheating. Maybe it was one of the solar panels that I put on because I was feeling paranoid about electrical power. Hopefully it was just one of them. But it stopped overheating anyway, so kind of a moot point. Oh, goodness. All right. We are decelerating quite fast now. We're not losing altitude as fast as I thought we were, so we're probably still fine. All right. How are we on? Okay, we are definitively suborbital now. So I believe we're starting to lose altitude at a faster rate. Just need to lose this speed a bit more. Need to burn off the rest of the speed, get that friction done. And then once we are slow enough, deploy chutes and take all the tourists home. Not sure how Jeb feels about running a tour bus. But hey, it's a living. Okay. Rapidly losing speed and losing altitude. But we got plenty of time. I think we'll be fine. How are we on a blader? Using up quite a lot of that blader. But it'll be fine. We are, in fact, almost done. Alright, we're starting to slow down enough that the heating effects are going away. Alright. And the heating effects are basically gone now. We have slowed down significantly. What about the chutes? Are we going to get slow enough that we can deploy the chutes safely? We are slow enough to deploy the chutes safely. Here we go. I put that docking port on in case I wanted to try to use the space station to refuel, but in the end I wound up deciding to just transfer directly from the Mun to Minmus and complete everyone's travel itinerary in one go. Now, as soon as we have landed and recovered, we should finish travel itinerary completely and everyone gets a nice big paycheck. All right. All right. Every once in a while I get a little scared that the parachutes aren't going to slow us down enough, but it looks like they worked this time. They definitely worked this time. Okay then. Just a little bit of time acceleration, get us the rest of the way down. Okay. What just happened? But, oh no. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Well... I am not amused. I am not amused in the slightest. I do not understand why that blew up. That really should not have blown up. We were going slow enough. Oh, KSP, what have you done to me? I have a save that I can revert to, but I'm going to recover Vessel for now. And we are going to look at how screwed up this was. All right. What do you mean, travel itinerary incomplete? How can it be incomplete? So how about it? Can I build the, where is it? It's not this one. Oh dear. Load. This is not the one. Sheesh. Alright, now I'm feeling a little weirded out for other reasons. DX01, is that it? Yeah, this is the one. And it is now within tolerance for my budget. So we can actually go to Duna now. In spite of having failed that mission, we still got some money out of it. But damn, that was ridiculous. I am still very weirded out by the fact that after all that, and the parachute's deployed, and we were descending at 7 meters per second, it goes ahead and has the dang passenger capsule blow up. I can't be the only one that thinks that is an absolute WTF moment. Utterly ridiculous. What am I supposed to do with that? Oh my. At any rate, we can do a flyby of Duna and acquire some science data in the process, which will hopefully allow me to research better stuff. There are other ways to get science data, including cheesy ways to get science data, but I would really like to go and do a nice happy flyby of Duna. That should get me plenty of science. Of course, after that, I'm going to be stuck having to do more, after that, I'll be stuck having to do other things. At the moment, this craft is not rigged for a landing of Duna, but I do have high hopes that I will be able to get a suitable vehicle at a later time that will be able to go the whole way. Staging incorrect. Are these just attached? They appear to be just attached. That's a little awkward. What are you? Solid fuel booster. You should not be attached in that manner. Why did I attach you that way? Awkward. Might work in spite of itself, but it's a long shot. It's a long shot. I kind of want to test this just to see if it works. Who's the crew? Yeah, we lost Val on that BS. She'll be back, usually. I had Val in the passenger compartment as a spare pilot. Ironically, that got her killed. I am still perplexed about how some of the tourists didn't make it. It really doesn't make any sense to me. Well, here we go. Let's try to launch this at least, but first I'd like to take another gander at, missions. They want us to explore Eve, do a flyby of Eve rather than Duna. I do want more money. And it's probably just as easy to go to Eve as it is to go to Duna, at least if you're not intent on landing. Well, why not? Let's go to Eve. All right. Although one thing I do not like about this is the ship I built is more... The ship I built is more expensive than this. Ridiculous. It's not gonna work. Okay. Oh, I can make some easy money just by testing something? Well, that's very easy money. Too easy, in fact. It doesn't really pay much. But I guess it is relatively straightforward. But not inclined. Well, now we have a mission to go to Eve, so that changes things a bit. I guess we're going to Eve instead of Duna, at least for this first flyby. Why not? This will be the test. We do have... Open... Yep, we have science gear on board. Close. Which means I am going to want the scientist on board this mission. Alright, that'll work. Let's go then. Our mission is to do a flyby of Eve. We'll be fine. Verify staging is correct. These rockets go at the same time. Then we have... this pops out. And and both of these go off at once. All three should probably go off at once. And then we have the remainder. Did I honestly forget my chutes? I did, didn't I? It'll be fine. Alright then. Back to building. Since this version does not need to dock with anything, we'll just take this off and put the big chute on top. No docking required, just use the big chute. We're gonna do a flyby of Eve if we can get away with it. Let's launch. Ironically, the Duna Express is going to Eve, because that's where the records people want us to go. And that's the part where everything goes awry. Step 1. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. First things first, remove this. It clearly doesn't work the way it should. Next thing to do... Oh, that reduces... You know what, let's save it this way. Hello, Caleb. Nice to see you again. I had some scuff at the beginning of this stream, and then I had to do some crazy nonsense because there was a tourist rocket that I had to do in order to make enough money to build this thing, but now that I'm building it, I wind up removing some of the parts that made it expensive anyway, so Honestly, I'm kind of curious whether this can get into orbit and then actually make it to Eve, but I don't know. We'll see. It'll be worth testing at least. Worst things worse, I revert to VAB. Planetary transfers are very different from moon transfers. You will see why soon. Well, it looks like we don't need all those extra boosters after all. They might have gotten us there faster, but I think we're just fine like this. We shall see indeed, we shall see. Certainly it's taking a little bit of time to get the apoapsis up, so that concerns me somewhat. Hopefully there's enough fuel on the first stage. If there isn't, we're gonna have a problem. Apo is only at 10,000. That's already a little bit worrisome. $20,000. $33,000. Okay, I think we're gonna make it. All right, we shall now coast to the apoapsis. I am just doing this in order to maintain a certain level of controls, give me some stability, and disable. And let's disable SAS entirely, just in case something dumb happens. Okay. We're going to be out of the atmosphere in a few moments. Once we're at that point, it is time to achieve orbit. Ironically, due to the desires of the world records people, we're going to Eve instead of Duna, but we are not landing on Eve. I do not have the means to land on Eve, but we're going to Eve for the money, or at least to recover some of our money for launching this monstrosity, and for the science! Because we need more science. Alright. How about now? What if I just literally wait until we're hitting the apoapsis? I think this is going to achieve orbit no sweat. However, it is very difficult to control with the full stack. Alright. We're about to do this. We're about to have orbit. Just need to get our periapsis where it belongs. That is to say, not in the ground. Once we have made orbit, we don't need to worry about the Apo anymore. Now just need to worry about the Perry. Okay, we have achieved orbit and we still have a little bit of fuel left in the first stage. Swap over to stability assist. The next part of this is actually kind of ridiculous. Zoom out, all the way out, and now we have to wait. Alarm clock. Create alarm. Planetary transfer window. Kerbin to Eve. Add alarm. How long is this going to take? Probably a very long time. Alright, here we go. Waiting for the stars to align, or the planets as the case may be. Yes, Jeb is our pilot. Slowly waiting for the planets to align. Hopefully they'll align pretty nicely, but I'm not so sure. Oh boy. Almost there. Alrighty then. We've just been up here orbiting Kerbin this entire time, by the way. While we've been time warping. Alright, we now are where we need to be. Presumably, I should be able to make this work. But I need the orbit to be around this area. So strangely enough, I'll have to begin an orbit around where the periapsis is. And then I begin to increase and then I begin to burn prograde with respect to Kerbin, because that will be retrograde with respect to the sun, which will cause my actual orbit of the sun to get closer to where it intersects with Eve's orbit. And then we shall hopefully get a nice happy Eve encounter on the grounds that this is the correct transfer window time. And transfer windows last a reasonably decent amount of time, so I'll just wait until we are happily warped around to that side of the planet, and then we begin to burn prograde. I've never actually gone to Eve, but who am I to tell the records people no? I wanted to go to Duna. However, all of these options are pretty expensive, all things considered. Burn full speed ahead. And we are out. Oh dear, what just happened? Oh dear. That's a bad sign. Activate, please. Activate, please. Somehow they didn't all activate at once, which is a little strange to me, but oh well. I may have screwed something up earlier. But that's fine, that's fine. We'll be fine, probably. We'll probably be fine. It's just a little error. Come on now, transfer, get me where I need to be. I need this angle to go nice and happily into the vicinity of Eve. Focus view. Come on, we're going to Eve. Now the real question is, will we have enough fuel to get back from Eve when this nonsense is over? I do not know. That would be an issue. I've tried a design like this for going to Duna before, and it worked out no sweat, but I'm not clear on whether it will work out for Eve. Eve could be another problem. And I'm already using up this much fuel to get there, so I could have quite a bit of a problem. Perhaps I made an error. I may have made an error. In fact, at this stage, I'm almost certain that an error has been made. Mistakes were made! Because this is too low a fuel level. Way too low a fuel level. And we are not going to make it. And I'm not sure why we're not going to make it. Yep, this is a 404, all right. Yes, sirree. This is unfortunate. It does not look like we are going to be able to make it to Eve. How awkward. I am not entirely sure what I did wrong. It was probably... If I were to hazard a guess, what may have happened is I... had an issue related to... It's been a long time since I played this game, and I never attempted to go to Eve before, so I probably made some kind of esoteric burn error. At any rate, we now have very limited fuel, and the, Yeah. We have to revert flight, I'm afraid. I'm not clear where to revert it to. Launch? Vehicle assembly? What was my issue? What did I do wrong? I will revert to launch. It is clear to me that I have forgotten a step in planetary transfer. I need to remind myself of that step. All right. Okay. It is possible that I just didn't give myself enough fuel to get there. Boop. The almighty graphic. Let's see here. What does the almighty graphic have to tell me about going to Eve instead of going to Duna? The irony, I can load the graphic, but I'm having trouble seeing it on my monitor, which is very strange. Okay. Ah, yes, I see the issue now. All right. So, Eve, where are you, Eve? According to this, to get a nice, happy orbit of Eve, it looks like I need 1330? Is that what that is? A 1330. Delta V. Well, this suggests I need 13,850, but that's for getting all the way down to landing. So how much does this ship actually give me? Revert me to the vehicle assembly. Oh yes, sorry. They had turned the flowchart back off. Oh dear. Someone made that to help people who are trying to design ships that need to go to a particular place. There is a minimum amount of delta V you need to get to any particular planet. This says, where's my actual delta V? Come on, come on. Yeah, I'm not sure if these numbers are telling me the correct one, since they might be telling me the number for in atmosphere. I need the number for vacuum. Vacuum, please. Alright, so that does change it. Well, I certainly have nowhere near the amount needed to get to land on Eve. I'm gonna take another look at that graphic. Let's see. So 13,850 minus 8,000, that's not too difficult. So I really only need 5850 delta V to actually reach Eve orbit. But then of course I need to be able to come home. It's that issue. Might still be able to do it. So So I apparently need something like 5850 to... This should have enough delta V to make it, though. Though there is one issue I might have. The question of... If I delete an engine, will that mysteriously let me do this better? Maybe I really only need one or two of these engines. Ooh, interesting. Ah yes, removing engines ironically causes me to increase delta V, it looks like. So perhaps I should redesign this a little bit. Just a little redesign. A little redesign. Although this little redesign will probably require me to pay more attention to my transfer, which is a little bit of an irksome task. Okay, okay. Engine. Where are you, nerve? Ay. Probably staring me in the face and I'm not seeing it. Ah, there it is. Oop. So just to save us some delta V, it won't be as fast, but it'll have more range. Oh wait, I can't use that either. Oops. Okay. Oh my. So this does have a little bit more delta V. It might work, or I might be off my rocker for trying this. 796, 1973 meters per second. Okay, this should do the trick. This is DX01 with a mono engine this time. How are we on crew? We're just gonna send everyone. All the usual suspects going up. So we'll go ahead and try launching this bird, see how we fly. Launch! Well, KSP, are we gonna load in or not? Here we go. Full throttle, and... Need to make sure that my stuff is set up correctly. Engaging. Okay. I do think it would be more useful to have a bit more for launching it up. Some extra delta V to perhaps orbit and then actually come home would be helpful. Alright. Well, those heavy nukes being off, it should be a little bit easier to get up here. Now we only have one nuke engine. Very fuel efficient, however very slow. A more orky design, you suggest? Ha. Paint it red, they say. Alright, we're almost up there. Once again, I remind you that... Alright. In the middle of saying I remind you, I suddenly forgot what I was going to say, which has got to be one of the more ironic things. Unless I forgot the definition of irony. Oh no. What do we have going on here? Urban 75299. Gotta get up the apoapse. Circularize orbit. Wait for Eve transfer window, which will be quite some time, and then transfer and hope for the best. All right. All right, that is causing us to push the Apo a bit more than I want. Wait a little bit, try again. Okay, the Apo is still getting pushed a little bit. I'll wait until, let's try Happy 23, that'll do the trick. I do like this Mammoth engine. It seems to get the job done. I still don't really want to push the apoapsis, but this Mammoth is so powerful, maybe I should just wait until I'm right on top of it. I'm already at 80,000 meters for apos. We're probably fine. The real issue is, you know, after I finally achieve orbit, and I'm trying to get my craft to do a flyby of Eve, and the way this is currently working out, I'll probably succeed at that, and then proceed to, you know, forget how to get the dang boys home. Oops. Alright, we are in proper orbit. Now that we are in orbit... One idea that would be kind of funny would be to attempt to rendezvous with the space station and refuel the launch vehicle, but that's kind of ridiculous. It suddenly dawns on me that this means that I have a legitimate single stage to orbit for a ship this size. Which means, if I wanted to, I could probably design a method to retrieve the vessel back on Kerbin. Now that's a thought for when I feel the urge to go full Musk mode. Alright, but we cannot go to Eve yet. We have to, as I did before, engage the planetary transfer window clock. We are starting at Kerbin and we are going to Eve. Add alarm. Boom. And hope for the best. Warp to it. Alright. So we're just chilling up here for several days. 100 days. Except Kerbin days are only about 6 hours long, so it's not as long as you'd think it would be. Whoa! Alright. While we wait for the transfer orbit to Eve to line up again... should be fine. All right. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're here. I feel like this looks different from the last time we did this, if only slightly. Let's see. According to my understanding, we're going to need to... Oh, we're almost there anyway. So my thought process is we begin burning here. Add maneuver. I'm not even going to worry about that. I don't like the maneuver system. I just want to... I don't want to deal with your maneuver nonsense. I kind of just want to delete the maneuver thing now. So, the next maneuver, I'll just add another maneuver. There. Except it dawns on me that I can't actually do what I want to do with this, because I'll be burning. What a nuisance. I suppose another old idea might be to just burn until I achieve a curb and escape. That might work. Ah, to heck with it. It's a nuke engine. I'm gonna save game here, and I'm going to name it Nuclear Burn Hard. Save. And let's just go ahead and begin. Oh wait, we still have a little bit of this one left. We have achieved an escape. Let's zoom out again and see where our escape looks like. What has happened? Oh no. Oh no. Have I made an error? I think I made an error. Wow. I'm not sure how I managed to make this error, but that's a good error to make. And by good error, I mean impressive. And by impressive, I mean, how did I do that? Alright. Alright. Which one of you is the engineer? You, EVA. I want to find out if you can do anything about this or if I'm just screwed up. Can you do anything about this absolute nonsense that I have performed, or are we just all screwed up? I have no idea how I did this. And by no idea how I did this, I mean no idea how I forgot to include a method to detach from the, Okay, well. Go me. Go me. I've had a lot on my mind lately. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. If it's not one thing, it's another. If it's another. Alright, where are we at? Coupling. Your popcorn. The reason you watch me for the popcorn. Got it. Sure, that works. And we put this attached. And then we, where is my fairing? Why do I not have a fairing here? Edit fairing. There's the fairing. Thank you. There. Okay. Save again. Oh dear. We're going to move that to the sled, and we're going to put this down here for recovery. Save. Alternatively, if we really want to be nonsense, we might just abandon our team on Eve. Wouldn't that be fun? Bye guys! We have a new engineer, scientist, and pilot. You're going on permanent vacation to Eve. Don't worry. I hear it's practically impossible to drown on Eve. It'll be fine. The problem with that idea is I do need to get this science back. Though how in blazes I'm gonna get the science back is anyone's guess. Oh boy. Close. As long as we actually have enough fuel to return from orbit of Eve. I don't care what kind of orbit, any kind of orbit, we'll be fine. Just as long as it is an orbit. Oh dear. All right. Okay. Oh, that is an interesting little detail. I'm reading up on all the things I've forgotten about planetary transfer and Kerbal Space Program. I understand the theory, however, it's the actual application which I am having difficulty with. I used to know how to do this, at least for getting to Duna, but right now I'm trying to get to Eve, which is slightly different. I see. 1080 into the prograde. Block and press enter. Move the node. Well then. Well then. How very perplexing and a little bit confusing. Alright, I might have this figured out. Launch again. We drop the crew off and never come back. Maybe. I don't actually want them to be unable to return, however, I'm not actually sure if I have enough fuel for this. I'm also tempted to go back to the drawing board and put the second nuke engine on anyway. I think I'll definitely put the second nuke engine on if I wind up deciding to give them another fuel tank. It's been a very long time since I've tried going to Duna, and I've never tried going to Eve, so Oh my. Right now my problems are a combination of factors. Those factors are money and science. I need more science. Oh, do I need more science? Alright, how are we doing? Well, we're almost to a decent epo then. Okay. I didn't realize. Here we go. Alright then, well. That should work. Everything should work this time. Oh. I think I'm gonna go move the graphic to my secondary monitor. Alright, well, how is this going to work out? That music indicates I gotta start paying attention to the game again, make sure I get myself that orbit. Oh well. Looks like it's high time for me to circularize my orbit. Definitely high time to circularize my orbit. Might even be pushing it a little bit. No, just need that nice happy 2300 meters per second and we're good and circled. There we go. Now let's figure this out. All right. So alarm clock, create alarm. We are going to Eve. Add alarm. Warp. Wah. Interesting. Got to wait for Eve to line up just right. So let's see what we got here. I need a handy calculator. Interesting. Then. All right. 10:50 it is. Are we there? We're there now. Good. Now let's see how this is going to work out. Add maneuver. We need prograde to about, I'm going to say 1050. I was perhaps trying to wing it a little bit too much earlier. Wait, what? That's the issue. What am I doing? Am I able to drag this or no? Which of these buttons lets me drag it? Mildly irksome. Here we go. Now I can drag it. But I need to be zoomed out a little bit more. I see now. Okay. Alright, this is a step in the process that I was not paying attention to, I'm afraid. Now, let us continue adjusting this a little bit to find Okay, what is going on here? My mouse wheel has stopped working to zoom in and out. What has happened? Why is my mouse wheel no longer working? Technical difficulties. Okay then. Do I have any alternate way to make this work, or is it going to be a nuisance now? How did I manage to disrupt my mouse wheel? I am very confused. I would prefer it if my computer would not have these strange... Okay, now it spontaneously works again. Alright. Right after I needed it, probably. How are we doing? Apparently it's going to be somewhere up like here. Ooh, well, that's not quite right. Now it's veering off the wrong way again. Here, perhaps. We're not quite there. I don't need the apo or the periapps visible now. I need the fine-tuning this maneuver node. Ooh. That is as close to on point as I have seen so far. So, I'll just wait until we've made another orbit around. Alright, create alarm for maneuver. Add alarm. Warp to next. Alright, here we go. Nearly there. It's probably a good time to begin anyway. Alright. It looks like we might be slightly off target. Maybe not enough for it to be that big a deal. I guess we'll find out in a while. Wait, what is happening? That is strange. Why is it doing that? Well, it's clearly too late now, so let's finagle with this. Let's finagle with this. Warp. Okay, that's a little bit odd. X. Warp here. We'll figure something out, I think. Warp a little bit farther. We have this, we have this. Warp. Need to get to the escape, please. How close? 40 seconds? Alright. Then we'll start fine-tuning how the heck we're going to get to Eve after we're in solar orbit. Alright, we should be good to go momentarily. Bam. Just like that, we're going to want to retrograde, I think. And all of a sudden, it glitches me out again. Alright, same trick I used to fix it before worked. Now we're pointing retrograde, and I'm going to see if this gives me the ability to... Ah, lovely. Nothing seems to be getting changed. Okay then, if we're going to play that game, let's set as target. How are we doing? Okay then. This is... I don't know what to make of this. Target, okay. Target mode, okay. We might be able to make this happen. Using target mode. Will it work? Not a clue. But we're bound to find out. It is my hope that it actually works. Though I think it's a long shot right now. It dawns on me that I was being an idiot the last time I attempted the transfer. I was looking in the wrong direction. We're not going to intersect here. That's the wrong part of the orbit. We're going to intersect somewhere around here. Oh boy. You know what? Let's be crazy and warp ahead some. Alright, I'm actually winging a planetary transfer. This is ridiculous. Alright, let's cut this a little bit. Alright, we're near the descending node. Why not? Let's burn in a normal direction and see if this magically causes us to get an intercept. Oh boy. Interesting. So bitterly close to where we need to be, and yet we're not quite there. I may have missed target. I might have missed the target, I'm not sure exactly. Ah, now we're starting to see something starting to look like it might work. Just a little bit of an adjustment here. Though it's still not exactly the, What happens if I burn retrograde from this area? It's probably not going to work very well. I don't think I have much of a chance now. If I were farther out, I might have had a chance, but now, not so much. Just missed Eve. Just missed it. So close, and yet so far. That is causing the separation to increase rather than decrease. A little strange. If I burn this way, what happens? So perhaps what I should do is the weird idea I had before. Is this radial in? Interesting, that might do the trick. Not because it is radial in, but, I'm trying just about anything to see if I can get, myself to an appropriate position, but I do not think that I have the fuel to make this happen. Which is most unfortunate. It's one of those things where it requires less fuel to make course corrections when you're far out and more fuel to make course corrections when you're close up. Alright, so I am beyond the point where any course corrections make a lick of sense. I am just killing my fuel to no great effect. We are going to be 800,000 kilometers away from Eve, and it's not going to work out very well. Oh dear. Although what this does make me want to do is it makes me want to reset and try going to Duna instead anyway. Though another thought I have is to just kind of reset everything and just go into sandbox mode so I don't need to worry about things like money and science points. But I also kind of think that's quitter talk. Oh, but darn, the amount of time some of this takes. Busily trying to do silly little missions when I could be trying to, yeah, it doesn't matter now. I'm just gonna miss Eve here. No matter what I do, I'm missing Eve. Or I'm just running out of fuel so I can't get back to Kerbin. Just look at this. Look at this. Eve passes me by. I missed just slightly. Ah. Although what I should do is I should start rigging it so that I should begin to rig it so that we save game as soon as we get into orbit, or save game as soon as we reach transfer window. Oh dear. Oh dear. All right. Alright, I think I see what I might need to do. But first I'm going to have a brief intermission. Very brief. I will return momentarily. Alright, we're getting back into action. And by back in action, I mean revert flight to, let's say, Shall it be launch, or shall it be somewhere else? Let us revert flight to launch. I do not remember having this much trouble in the past, but it has been a very long time since I have attempted a planetary transfer in this game. So... okay. Alright, let's try this again. The real issue will be trying to get them home when this is all done. Throwing rocket darts at planets just like at the bar. Good one, Cam, good one. Oh dear. It's not exactly throwing darts at planets. I am getting pretty close. The issue is a problem of fuel. Though there is another idea that I could try, but that idea is a little bit on the crazy side. I could say to heck with it to the... I could say to heck with it to the nuclear engine, or I could add the second nuclear engine back on, if not the third. Because one of the reasons I tend to use multiple nukes is to make maneuvers take less time. Because the nukes feel paradoxical. They're way more efficient than the other engines, but they are very slow at acceleration compared to the regular chemical fuel engines. Very slow. At least one thing I can be happy about, that this stage gets you into orbit pretty fast. Nice, happy 75,000. That will do the trick, I think. A little bit of thrust to get us a nice, happy course correction. Thank you. Okay. Soon we prepare for the orbital. I think I once watched a guy do a video of attempting Kerbal Space Program making nothing but single-staged orbit. I forget what mode of the game he was operating in. I think he was operating in either science mode or in career mode, but I'm not sure which. Career mode is like one of the harder difficulties, but there are, or one of the harder modes, I suppose I should say, since they have a lot of different difficulty settings that you can mess around with custom-wise. Though this particular guy was taking custom difficulty a whole new level because he was installing mods to make the game more difficult. And by more difficult, I mean needing to actually track food for the astronauts. As opposed to assuming that they just sort of stow snacks everywhere that somehow work. Well, I think I mentioned this in an earlier stream, but one of my favorite explanations is that the Kerbal's skin is just photosynthesizing. So they are just not dying in space because their skin is photosynthesizing. Solar-powered Kerbal. little bit higher periapsis. There we go. Warp here. Just for good measure, I think I'd like to upgrade that parry a little bit. That's not working very well, but I guess I'll have to wait for it. Ah, yes. Photosynthesizing. I tend to think there's a reason animals never developed it. Okay. It seems like creatures, when they develop photosynthesis, tend to get to a point where they prefer rooting themselves to the ground rather than actually doing anything mobile. No, I'm just doing a quick orbital adjustment. That will do. Okay, now it is time to perform the all-important transfer window. From Kerbin to Eve, add alarm. Warp next. Alright, how are we gonna do this? Have to wait for Eve to line up. The Kerbin solar system is certainly unusual. Wait, where is Lathe, anyway? Oh wait, Lathe is in one of the moons of Jewel. Not a clue what's down on Dress. Should look into that sometime. But what I really want is I want to get into Eve orbit, get the science, and then fly back. I feel a little bit bait and switchy, since I said I was going to Duna, but the records people say Eve, so... Though I'm certainly not going to try to land on Eve, not this time yet. Alright, we are here. From here, we now go into... Add maneuver. We want to give ourselves something about... 1050 to 1100, I think, to get to Eve. Let's go with 1100 this time, since 1050 didn't seem to work out. Now, I'm not doing that. Don't need quite that much. Reduce back. Okay, that'll do. Now, I need to see this nice little indicator, and then decide where I'm going to move the node around to make things line up right. pretty close. Alright, need more fine-tuning. How are we? Getting there. I suppose if it's parallel, it's good enough. I'm not trying to grab that game, I'm trying to... Alright, we're very close, very close. We might even be close enough that I can just say to heck with it and say we're good. A little bit more. You know what? I'm inclined to say that might be close enough. It's pretty darn close. About here. That might even be better. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Alright, let us warp to the maneuver node. Warp? What is that? Oh, one of the pods. One of the pods I never cleared. Okay. Alright, we want to point prograde, which could be a bit of an issue. Just a little bit of an issue. But we are managing to turn. The question is, will we turn in time? Less certain of that. I give us a definite maybe. So the idea is... Alright, I think we're nearly where we want to be. Okay, something strange happened. But it might be okay. Alright, we're now lined up precisely, I think. Strange. Okay. Or about where the node was going. Okay, that'll have to do. I may as well just kill off the last of the fuel. no idea if that screwed me over or if it had no effect at all. Ah yes, a little bit of debris clipping through and never hurt anyone. Nice, happy nuclear rocket engine. As science intended. Oh, there's probably an Oort cloud, although no simulated one. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Well, for the time being, I am in the midst of something akin to a full reset. Increasing my meditation time beyond what it was before. Well, full reset is probably saying too much. Or overstating it, rather. Okay, what are we gonna do here? The objective here is we are going to get our happy butts into deep space. How does this look? The way it looks right now is that we have no... Oh wait, I need to set target. Oop, there we go. But as it looks right now, we don't actually have an intercept of any kind, which is rather awkward. Why no intercept? Alright, so we're just gonna go like so, warp to next maneuver. Why is it 1x warping me? That's strange. X, please. Alright, I see the issue. Warp here. Need to get to the curb and escape, please. Warp here. Nice, happy little nuclear capsule careening through space to reach the escape point. Oh my. Alright, now we're at this point. So the question on my mind... Let's see if I can get me a nice, happy, normal. And let's see what happens if we burn. So I'm gonna save game as Eve maneuvers, just in case I use up too much fuel for this. Why don't I have an Eve intercept yet? I am a little bit perplexed about this. Let's warp there, and then try again another attempt. Alright. There we go. We have a target position at closest approach and closest approach. So let's point ourselves prograde a tiny bit and see what we can do. We are reducing separation, goodness. Feels like we're using too much fuel for this. Definitely feels like we're using too much fuel for this. I gotta say, I am confused about why this is working out the way it is. Wait, what's this? Nah, it's still pretty not close together. I'm basically at the point where I am trying to chase down Eve. Or chase down where Eve will be in the future. I do find this most perplexing. And now I have lost my, I do not understand why I lost it. Very, very strange. I am not sure why that's being that way. You know what? You know what? Load save. What do we got here? Actually, since this has been, I don't know. Let's resume flight for now. You want to find out if Eve has 2 moons, do you? Let's find out. Well, there is, Gilly. I think it's just Gilly. I forgot Gilly existed, to be honest. Oh dear, I am very confused about why I am having difficulty getting to Eve. What happens if I add maneuver and start playing games like this? Oh, really? That's a little interesting. Does that count as an encounter, maybe? Or no? No, it doesn't look like there's an encounter there. What's the separation? It should be decent enough to be able to, I would have thought it would work out, but apparently not. Well, that and it requires too much burn. X. I see. So there really isn't a whole lot that I can do there. Ah, this is improving closest approach a little bit. And then at that some point it stops getting any closer. Awkward. Ah. I am getting closer when I do this, however I am not at the point where I am convinced. Still relatively perplexed about this. Mainly because I have memories of being able to do this without any significant difficulties at all, and now when I'm trying to do it, it's not working at all, period. So I am confused. Ah, that is interesting. Let's see what happens if I try this. Or more what happens when I try... like so. Oh, I see. I do it this way. Still not quite getting where I need to be. Let's delete this node entirely. Give me one. Bad maneuver. Let's go like so. Oops, that deleted our closest approach entirely. Maybe the problem is we need more radial in. Ooh, what is this? Very good. What are we getting here? Ooh. Bam. Encounter. I just need to burn more radial in. Okay. It will use up a ton of fuel, however, so that, I might still wind up, reverting due to unable to recover my people. But I think I found a way. A little detail that I was either unaware of or just didn't remember. Alright, give me an even counter and then we will... What? It disappeared? Why did it disappear? Ah, okay. So we'll keep it up a little bit. I'm certainly using a lot of maneuvers here. Is that still what I need to do? Yes, it is. Oh boy. Just need to do a simple flyby. Let's keep going, keep going, keep going. Although the issue here is I've probably already made an erroneous maneuver, which has caused me to use too much fuel. So that will be an issue. Oh well. Life just does this sometimes. You gotta learn to roll with the punching. Alright, do I have my even counter yet? At the very least, I need to get an even counter, even if I do intend to reset this progress. My original intent was to go to Duna. But no, can't have nice things. Gotta go and say hi to the planet with gasoline oceans first. In spite of Eve being the Venus analog, it's not terribly like Venus, probably because if it were too much like Venus, then it would be kind of okay, we have Eve encounter. Now zoom in on Eve and see what the encounter looks like. Maybe I should be looking at a different... Okay, how about if we try something else? Try... this one. No, that's not working. So try anti-normal. That's probably still not going to work, is it? That's... Things are not working the way I'd prefer them to, unfortunately. I do have an even counter, but it's not a good even counter, and we're very low on fuel getting there. Sadness. Ah, this is bringing it in some, isn't it? Okay. Bring me a little bit closer and we'll be happy. Okay, that's the point where it stops coming in close. Which is the point where I start thinking, what if I start doing things like burning normal, maybe? Now it's getting closer again. Give me a nice happy orbit, please. If you can. Alright. I don't think I'm likely to get any better than that. Which means... stability assist mode, and we're just going to warp here. Nope. Alright. This takes forever to get places. Where's Eve? Do you see Eve anywhere? Probably not going to see it until we're right on top of it. We should be right on top of it, but I still don't see it. Uh-oh. Is that Eve over there? That might be Eve. Warp here. Yeah, I think that's Eve. Yep, that's Eve, all right. Point is retrograde. Let's establish real orbit now. Though we probably want to get more close to the periapse here. This is as close as we could get. And after this, we have the joy of our... Can we actually get back to home, or are we screwed? Now, let's do it. Actually, what kind of solar orbit do we wind up in? I am not clear what kind of solar orbit we wind up in if we don't orbit here, so... Let's go ahead and burn retrograde, establish orbit. Oh boy, I don't like how much fuel this is taking. I don't think we can go home. I don't think we can go home. Yeah, I think I used too much fuel getting here. Alright, this time I will return to VAB and throw in another fuel tank just for good measure. All this burning, and I still haven't managed to establish a orbit. Sheesh. This is ridiculous. What is this? Oh, it's just Eve's orbit. No, actually, this is my orbit if I don't manage to stay. I guess I really am too far away from Eve. I am about to run out of fuel, and we still don't have... Oh, dear. Still no evidence that we will achieve orbit here, and we're about to be out of fuel, so rest in pieces. But yeah, we managed to get pretty close for an Eve flyby, and I'm inclined to check exactly how much science we're liable to get here. Merely 25 science? That's kind of sad. Well, that's for the crew report at least. What about everything else? Conduct materials study. 125 science. Observe mystery goo. 50 science. Log pressure data. 60 science. Log temperature. 40 science. And someone can go get an EVA report. Boop. 40 science. Now, go ahead and get back on board. Well, we were not quite able to do what I wanted to do. But hey, now you can see another planet. It is very purple, as the Kerbins have noted. Very irksome, I'd say. Very irksome indeed. Also, are these struts even set up correctly? I'm not even sure. This kind of makes me want to... Ah yes, the useless RCS fuel tank. I probably should have removed that, since I don't need it for this particular operation. Oh dear. I will need it for the, when I actually attempt a landing. I don't need it right now. For a proper landing of Eve, I think I want significantly more technology than I think I will need for Duna. At any rate. Oop. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. First, I got a dumb idea. We are going to do this the Kerbal way. We are going to throw boosters at our problems. As is the Kerbal way. That's too small. Need the big one. That's too small. Where's the big one? There we go. This might be the big one. Is there a bigger one? No. Clydesdale it is. And there's no... Oh, well. I don't think this is a useful thing to do, but it's certainly an amusing thing to do. What have I done? Okay. This also doesn't look very useful. Very amusing, however. Okay, here we go. Do we have this attached correctly? Yes, it is. It is indeed attached correctly. Now we need struts. Because without struts, everything's just going to go awry. Where are my struts? I know they're around here somewhere. Struts. Was it cargo or was it utility? Maybe it was coupling. No. Structural. Here we go. What is a grip strip? Weird. Struts. A strut here to here. A strut here to here. And it should duplicate that on all sides. We might need even more struts, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily necessary. Aerodynamics. Where are you at, aerodynamics? Boop. There we go. Alright. Everything must activate at the same time, please. And then we detach these, because I expect they'll run out of fuel before the main. But who knows? That works, that works. Okay. We now have more booster. Dave. Let's see if more booster helps. Bam. According to the Orky boys, more booster is the way of the world. Let's do it. Alright. With a little luck, this is how we do it. Maybe. I'm probably just insane. This is probably a stupid idea and I'm just crazy. But you never know. You never know. I might be onto something, you don't know. boosters are lasting significantly longer than any I've tried in the past. We are about to hit apoapse. Very quick. Very, very quick. In fact, this might be a problem. We might be getting to apoapse too quick. Oh no. Oh no. We are getting to apoapse very quick. In fact, we have gone beyond where we want to be with apoapse and are... Oh my goodness. You know what? I think I'm gonna just let this turn into fireworks. Oops. I have no idea what I just did. What have I done? Actually, you know what? That was kind of funny. Revert flight to launch. Ah, well that's lovely. Not even sure how that happened. Revert flight to launch again. Wow, I think the game is starting to glitch on me. Yeah, that's a glitch all right. It has basically detached the rockets. At least it certainly looks like it has. Well, if the boosters are going to be detached, they're not going to do me any good, so back to vehicle assembly with us. Ridiculous. Oh my, absolutely ridiculous. Alright, more booster is not the way. Especially not that much booster. Maybe I should have done a smaller quantity of booster. Ah. I am disappointed. I was hoping to actually get somewhere today. But it's looking like we're getting nowhere fast. We did some tourism, and all hell broke loose shortly thereafter. What type is this? Rockomax X200? Let's throw another one of those on. You know what? Let's throw another Rockomax on, and let's swap out the, yeah. I know what we're doing. We're gonna throw another Rockomax on. We're gonna switch to the, to double nukes. Another Rockomax and then some double nukes. Where's my fuel tank? Last attempt. We're gonna do a quick flyby of Eve. Probably gonna change the name of the bod. Where's the Rockomax stuff? I need the Rockomax. Where are you? There you are, X200. Which version are you? You're the 32, right? No, you're the 16? What? What? That could be part of the problem. Alright, if that's how it's gonna be, let's just remove you entirely and grab the bigger one. In fact, what do we have down here? This is Cryodyne S3 7200. Okay. Good to know. Now what we want is... Well, what we're actually going to want is we're going to want the double, under structural, it might be an adapter. No, that's not right. We need one of the, that's a tri-coupler and a bi-coupler. Here we go. The bi-coupler with a little nuke that could, and the other little nuke that could. Bam. And then we need... where was it? Another bi-coupler in the reverse order, but we're going to first need... Where are you at? Coupling. The TD-18s. No, we're gonna need the smaller ones. TD-12 here, and a TD-12 here. And then structural bi-couplers. Oops, is that even right? I think that looks right. Right there. Then we plant that there. Although now we actually don't need that, because we're using multis instead of singles. Fair enough. There we go. Now we're gonna double nuke with a bigger fuel tank. And that reminds me. Oxidizer not required when utilizing nuclear engines. I think someone suggested, there is no option for red, but we can turn it orange. And what about the... How about this? Do I have any options here? Not that I'm really able to see. We can take the monopropellant out, save a tiny amount of stuff, I guess. Alright, that's the plan. Let's see what else I might want to try. My plan is patently insane, but we're gonna try anyway. Save. 2 nukes. Actually, let's take another look at this. Alright, looks like we are kind of crazy here. Move this down here. Alright, that's the first problem. We need to move this all the way down here, move these puppies up here, and I guess have both engines ready to activate at the same time. There we go. Engine, decoupler, the fairing, and the engine at the bottom. Okay. Where is my vacuum mode? Here we are. Ooh. Now we have significantly more delta V than before. Now let's take a peek at this. 3453 plus 4621. 8074. Now, theoretically, to get to Eve, for an orbital approach, we need something like 3400 plus 950 plus 1330. Might be best 13850 minus 8,000. 5850 sounds about right. And what do we got here? Does it add up to 5850 or no? 3453 plus 4621. It adds up to significantly more. We might even have enough fuel to go home. Wouldn't that be delightful? Actually have enough fuel to go home. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's cross our fingers, because I think this will be my last attempt to do a flyby of Eve. Alright, here we go. Launch. If this one doesn't work, I don't think anything will work. At least not in the time I have allotted for this stream. Alright, first things first. Save game. Double nuke test. Save. SAS full speed ahead. I love the Mammoth. The Mammoth seems to get the job done very effectively. Although nuke engines are heavy, so I'm a little bit concerned we may have likely more difficulty getting into Kerbin orbit than we had before. so I'm pretty sure if it can get to Eve, it can get to Duna. Although there's still a lot of adjustments I'd like to make if we can actually get up there and grab some science and come home with the science. Like, I think it'll give me more science points if I'm actually able to get a little bit closer to Duna. What's our Apo at? Getting up there. At any rate, I am amazed at some of the things that I forgot that you needed to do in order to do planetary transfers. I mean, I still remembered the basic concept, but I was remembering it as just as straightforward as some of the moon nonsense, but nope, there are some things that you needed to go a little bit farther with. Just a little bit farther with. Alright. Taking our sweet time to get up to the apoapsis. Establish Kerbin orbit. Wait for Eve transfer window. Yes, I need... Specifically, I want to unlock a new fuel system. Yeah, funny, ain't it? The thing I want to unlock is fuel-related. Basically, I need bigger tanks. Our tanks are too small. Desperately want bigger tanks. Alright, almost ready to circularize orbit. I think I'll wait until it says 25 seconds to reach the apoapse. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. And let's do it. Oh wow, maybe I can survive with 23 seconds to apoapsis. Seems to be working. Let's wait for 20 seconds to apoapsis. "15 seconds to apoapsis. At this point, I got half a mind to just wait until we're on the apoapsis. Close enough. Tapping into the log makes me want to talk about current events, except that doesn't sound like a good idea. Current events are usually cringe. Alright, we good. We are good. Very good. Now it is time to zoom out a bit. Figure out where the heck we are. Alarm clock activate. I need you to swap me to planetary transfer window, Eve. And warp. The time warp. Nice and happy and waiting for transfer window. Although another nice option would be to just wait for the transfer window on this planetary surface and then try then. Or quag. Indeed. Oh my. Got into a very strange conversation with someone over why people obsess over the lore in fictional universes. Although it's kind of along the lines of, if you're going to read a story, you may as well invest yourself in the story, is how I see it. Oh my. Okay, we're getting close. Alright, we're just about there. We are now about where we want to be. And we want to point this... we'll put the maneuver behind us, why not? Give me that 1100. Although maybe it should be a little bit more than 1100, I'm not sure anymore. I want to double check something silly. How are we going? I see. Alright. That should do the trick then. Alright, we're going to continue with the 1050 idea then. Alright. Alright, 1050 it is. Zoom out a bit, verify our trajectory. Are we approximately where we want to be? No. How about now? Approximately, perhaps. How are we looking? I can actually turn these off now. Need to get something roughly parallel with this line. Oops, what happened? Ah, you darn little system, you're bad. What is going on here? Why is it not letting me edit it all of a sudden? What? There we go. What is going on? All of a sudden it's not letting me, KSP, why are you like this? Seriously, why are you like this, KSP? Alright, we're going to delete node entirely in order to try again, because it's being very strange. Add maneuver, make it 1150 or 1050 or thereabouts. And then zoom out, verify the appropriate location for the... Yep. How's this looking? Very close, very close. And darn, do I have half a mind to just let it slide. Oh joy. It thinks I wanted to click on the refuel station for some reason. Oh my. How about now? Close enough, I think. Close enough for government work. So we'll just warp over here then. And then we will be aiming for the maneuver. As soon as we're pointed the right way, I'm burning. Okay. What was that shit? That was probably adequate. Nope, not quite. Alright, almost where we want to be. There we are. Bam. Set target. Ooh, interesting. We have approach nodes that are way the hell far from where we actually want to be. Well, we'll see. We will see. We will see. Sure, why not? Warp. See ya, Kerbin. We're leaving. Hopefully this time we'll have enough fuel to make it to Eve and make it home. We just want to do a quick little orbit and then head home. We don't need this maneuver node anymore, we need something else. Warp there. All right. Now it is time to start fooling around with some maneuver nodes. Okay, what's going on here? Alright, there we go. What will happen when we do this thing? Ah. Interesting, interesting. I need to find the precise point where we get a nice, happy encounter. Though that seems a little far out to be getting an encounter. I feel like we should be getting one closer. So something seems off about this. Alright. Next that one. Try a different one. Add maneuver. What happens if we go... Da 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 da. Let's go a little bit more like... Ooh, what's this doing? The inward mode seems to be having a certain desired effect. At least it did for a while. Let's go again. Alright. Seems as though I need to catch up a little bit, except now I'm not intersecting it adequately. Let's continue this little weirdness. So something's going awry entirely. Let's try again. New maneuver. Get a little bit closer. Let's come back this way until they reappear. What is closest approach? Interesting. Now what if we start doing it this way? No? What about if we retrograde ourselves instead? What is this? Interesting. So what if we go like so? No? Okay. We're at 105,000 at that point. Continuing to try to adjust our... Let's see which direction gets us closer. That gets us further away, so we want to come out this way. We come out that way enough. Continue separation until... Oh, now we have Eve encounter, which means it is time to focus Eve and zoom in. See what kind of encounter we get. What does the periapse look like? We are going to want to try various things here. Okay. This is making things interesting. And then it made it disappear. But wait, there's more. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to burn this direction for a while, getting our Eve periapse lower and lower. I think I probably want it at around 100,000 maybe. Or perhaps 200,000 would be adequate. A nice, happy 200,000 periapses might do the trick if we are fortunate. Ooh. Very nice. It's actually working. Maybe. Wait, did it start going up again? Alright, so we have limits in how far we can take it. so we'll get it to 300. Oh, wait, 313,000 then. Okay. 320,000, okay. That will do. We still might not have enough fuel to make this work, but if we're screwed for fuel, then we're just out of luck at this point. Okay. Alright, let's see what we got here. Interesting. So the real question is, how do I get to the actual maneuver node? Or how do I see the correct direction for the maneuver? Alright, we are well on our way to where we need to be, I think. Ah, yes. We are now lagging behind Kerbin, as you would kind of expect to have happen. I'm starting to think I see... Ah, is that it then? Okay. How very interesting. At the point for the maneuver node is almost... precisely over the target. This makes me wonder if that's just how it usually is. Okay. Well, I'm inclined to wait for the actual maneuver node, even though it probably doesn't matter that much. Huge opportunities to make this maneuver. I'm just going to go ahead and begin the burn in a minute. We're going to see how this does. Crossing our fingers that this does what we want to do. Gonna zoom out a little bit, see what it's causing. Says we've got basically a whole 2 minutes to burn. I sure hope we'll have enough fuel to make this work. Funny part, I got a sneaky suspicion we just wait to, if I was trying to go do this with Duna, I probably would have figured it out by now. I do have a memory of it being significantly harder to get to Moho, for instance. So... maybe it's like that for Eve as well. Pretty hard. continuing our burn. It is taking a while, but that's nuke engines for you. Alright. Thinks it has a whole nother minute before we are done. Soon, very soon. Oh my. I do wish that the records organization in the game had said, oh, we want you to fly by Duna instead of this Eve nonsense. Duna, I believe, would have been significantly easier than this. Alright, we're almost there. Used a lot of fuel for this course correction, but darn, we're almost there. Alright, I guess that's as close as we're gonna get. Boom, done. And now it is time to reach the eve encounter. Focus view. Zoom in. Alright, that's the first problem. Point us normal and see what happens. Ding, ding, ding. Yep, does what I thought it would. Not as close as I would have hoped. Definitely not as close as I would have hoped. But it'll have to do. The real question is, after a flyby like this, will we be able to get back to Kerbin? Alright. Warp here. Zooming. We are just zooming right along. And remember, this is the complications of trying to get to a planet in what I consider a toy solar system. Oh my goodness. Alright, by orbit. Okay, something strange has happened. There you are. I was wondering what happened to you for a second there. Eve? Alright. Let's point retrograde. I wonder if we can just get away with beginning burn early, or if it really does make a big difference to do it at the perigrade. Yeah, it's probably best to do it at the perigrade. But at the same time, we're on an escape trajectory here. It's... Save game. A bet. A bet with myself about periapts. Alright. Let's see what happens if we do this. Alright. Once again, I think we don't have enough fuel. But this was me making a bet with myself. Oh my. Oh my. Not sure what to do about this. Alright. Warp here. Really not sure what to do about this. Right back to the purple planet. So the problem is, we're going 4,000 meters per second, but we don't have... I'm not convinced we actually have enough delta V to achieve orbit here. We only have enough delta V to shoot on by, which is rather unfortunate. So that being the case... Open... I am curious about a few things. Conduct materials study. Save. Observe the goo. Save. Log pressure data. Save. Log temperature. Save. You can shut that. And close that. Crew report. Save. Jeb, go on EVA. EVA report, good to go, get back on board. And now, I have no idea what the best plan is to return to Kerbin. Welp. So much for everything. What shall I do? What shall I do? Let's see what happens. Well, that's delightful at least. I wonder. Oh dear. I wonder if we can ever just go back. I mean, I guess it's conceivable we can figure out how to get back. Maybe. But it's probably just a pipe dream to go home now. Actually, what I should probably do is do something insane, like... Boop. How will we ever figure out how to get these fools home? Alright, we're on opposite sides. We just gonna orbit the sun for a while, figure out how to go back to Kerbin after our Eve flyby. Alright. Interesting idea, I suppose. But would it actually work? Not a clue. Add maneuver. Out of fuel. Out of fuel. Add maneuver. Screwed. Oh dear. Oh dear. My efforts to go to Duna have been foiled once again. Foiled once again. Or rather, it was my efforts to go to Eve, but I really wanted to go to Duna. It's just I was trying to get to, I was trying to get some science data from Eve so that I could afford the bigger fuel systems. But it looks like that's not going to be enough. It is not enough. Not enough at all. So it is time to, unfortunately, revert to vehicle assembly. Time powers are wonderful, aren't they? Oh my. Well, not sure what else I might do. Leave for now. Really not sure what else I might do. Oh, Emperor? What Emperor might this be? Oh dear. A significantly easier mission that would get me a lot of, the next time I do Kerbal Space Program, which will likely be next week, we're going to accomplish the mission that I just selected in order to get more money. Because at this point, at this point, I would like to try to either part of the problem is I really need some of this stuff. I want the bigger fuel tanks. There might be a way to imitate getting bigger fuel tanks, but it's not 100% effective. So we will see. We will see. An alternative is to putz around with probes to get more science points, but doing that is going to require a different kind of technology. Although putzing around with probes might be interesting. It might be an effective way to do things. The biggest problem with putzing around with probes is they need line of sight to Kerbin in order to control them. And they need electrical power continuously. And if they run out of electrical power, they become uncontrollable unless something... And you can't get control back unless something manages to get the solar panels working again. Oh dear. So that's what we got so far. Gotta get more science points to go get the high-performance fuel systems we need in order to build... My intention for going to Duna, and probably for an orbit of Eve if I wanted to do that, would be to build a mock-up of the Apollo 11, including Saturn V and so forth. Although for going to Eve, I would not include the lander. Though the other thing is, the lander has to be different. The lander can't be a moon lander type, it has to be a... Oh, that's something I can do before I end this. There is another thing I need to work on, or eventually landing on Duna. I was hoping to land on Duna today, but again, I have been stymied. A good Duna lander. Let's see what we got here. Give me pods. I need a nice happy lander can. This will do. This is a nice happy lander can. Now I need to go further. Aerodynamics. What are you? You're the wrong size. What about you? You're the wrong size too. These are stupid sides. That might be okay, but it's not rounded the way I want it to be. I don't see a lot that look right. Maybe I should give up on the lander can, try a different style, since I don't think it'll let me do what I want to do here. Oh, it will let me do what I want to do there. That's funky. Nevertheless, it kind of makes me think maybe I shouldn't go in that direction after all, but I want to go in that direction. Oops, wrong module. Put that away. Mark II lander can is still the best, my best bet. Oh dear. Aerodynamics. What have we here? What if I played around with some structural material? That might work. Structural. That's not gonna work. What about this? Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Where are you coupling? Is this the right size? It is not. Take that off. Now we're approximately somewhere. Okay, that will have to do. Alright, fuel. I need a decent amount of fuel for this. Rockomax, maybe? Rockomax might work, but I want the bigger Rockomax. Again, always gotta be the bigger Rockomax. Engines. Vector or bust? This might be enough. Except we need more. One of the problems here is we are going to be taking some significant material up there with us. So we are going to want to put the science on board. For good measure. This is a test. This is a test of the system that we are eventually going to send to Duna. This will be the part that actually lands on Duna. Awkwardly, it will have to be a bit on the tall side due to the fuel tank, though there might be a way around that. I'm not sure. Let's take a look at other fuel tanks. How about this? This is thick. That's thick. I like it. How are you doing, Cripodine? 3600, Cripodine 7200. These are nice, happy, and thick. I like them, but I'm not sure if they're necessary for everything I need. But I might put that on anyway. You know what else I think I'm going to need? I think I'm going to need landing gear. Ground material, I want LT2s. We're going to need them. We're at least 3, if not 4. Begin retract, of course. Now after all this, I'm going to throw on a vector because it's got to be a vector. One vector, please. Why don't you auto... Why are you not auto... There we go. Automatically to center, please. This might be adequate, but we need to test it. Pilot. We don't need anyone on board with the pilot for the test. Alright, is this enough? How much Delta V do I have? That's a decent amount of Delta V. That might be the correct amount. This is probably the correct amount. Okay. Actually, you know what? We will start extended. We'll start extended. Why not? Oh wait, there's more. I almost forgot about this part. Payload. Not payload, we need utility. Four drogue shoots. And 2 regulars. I might do it. DL1. DL for Duna Lander. Save. Let's see how this goes. We have Jeb selected as pilot. Let's go. Alright, here is the test for a Duna lander. If it can almost but not quite make orbit from Kerbin, it will be capable of landing on Duna and launching back up. That's the rule. Launch pad, please. Let's do it. Let's see if this works. Now, funny little detail, since I want to save on money, as soon as this puppy, as soon as it comes back, we are going to, revert to VAB, because I don't want to spend the money. Alright, blast off. Very nice. Alright, we are doing fine. Whoa there, laddie. Oops, that's not good at all. We are not doing fine. We're not doing fine at all. Alright, revert flight to... Let's start with revert to launch. If we have the same problem twice in a row, then we'll have to assume that this is an endemic problem that we're unlikely to resolve. In fact, you know what? I'm going to operate under that assumption already. Revert flight to VAB. I can already see a way to improve the design. The question is, do we have the right item? That it will be a structural item. I think it's going to be something like... We need a bigger adapter, unfortunately. I think the adapter I want might be hidden behind a... not a good adapter. Oh, the adapter that I want may be in a bad place. Well, harum. Not gonna work after all. So I'll have to use a different fuel tank. It's gonna be... We're screwed into using tall ship rather than the type I want. Well, let's try this one. Funny. Accidentally turned its color. We'll try this one. Need to put the landing gear and the engine back on, of course. Vector or nothing? Gotta be a vector. Now let's throw on the landing gear. We'll give it LT2s, as it should. Jeb's still the only one on board. Good to go. Save. New version. Mark II. Save. Launch. Alright, is this gonna work out or no? SAS on. Oh dear, we almost messed up badly. There we go. Now let's try again. Oh dear. I'm beginning to think that the issue may have something to do with the vector being too powerful for its own good. Which, if that is the case, oh my, that very well may be the case. It looks like we're already running out of fuel. Yes, this is not going to work one single bit. Vector already ran out of fuel. How? Alright. Revert flight to VAB. I could have sworn that my original back in the day used a vector. I could have sworn. Maybe my memory is deceiving me. If my memory is deceiving me, then I'm not sure what I should be using here. I had thought the vector was the right type, but maybe the mainsail instead. Oh, that would lead to some slight issues. Perhaps a wolfhound. Wolfhound might be good. It doesn't... Wolfhound is peculiar looking. Maybe it was designed for a... I'm not sure what to do about this now. Cheetah, perhaps? I do not know. I had a clear memory of using a vector, but I cannot remember the other aspects of the design that may have come into play. May have been important. You know what, I'm going to launch this version again, but I'm going to be a bit a bit more fine control. Oops. Disarm. Disarm. Okay. Oh, dreadful. Revert flight to launch. I really thought that this would take a shorter amount of time. Oh, well, that's going to be an issue. We don't actually have enough Delta V with the current fuel tank. Which is a little unfortunate, but I'm inclined to see where this takes me. Why are you like this? It's not working. I'm perplexed about why it's not working, but it's not working. Wait a second. Revert flight, revert to vehicle assembly. I have a memory all of a sudden that just came into... a memory of how it used to work. According to what I recall. I had something on the sides. Yeah, something like this, perhaps. Alright, let's try this. This might be enough to fix the problem. Or I might need a different winglet. Come on, KSP. Oh, for the popcorn, revert flight to launch. I need to fix that before I keep doing that. I'm already over time, though. I intended to end after the successor failure of the EU shenanigans. Okay. No, you have the freaking fins. You shouldn't have this problem anymore. Crap. Alright, so this doesn't work after all. I can't understand why it doesn't work. It just doesn't seem to want to work. Revert to vehicle assembly. I am not clear on the issue. Ah, well. I think you have seen enough of my engineering experiments exploding today. No. I am Chris, the space-time sorcerer, and this has been Kerbal Space Program. Next time, I'm afraid I'm going to be doing more money-related matters in Kerbal Space Program, in an effort to get the money I need, and perhaps also drop down in random locations on the moon and Minmus to get science points in the hopes of unlocking the technologies which are holding me back by not having them. If I could get those technologies, I would have a much easier time, I think, getting to places like Duna and Eve. But until then, I am Chris the Space-Time Sorcerer, and this has been KSP. See you next time.